Cracking the coding interview comes down to one thing: pattern recognition. Most problems are just variations on a handful of core ideas you can actually learn. This series walks through the LeetCode Hot 100, the questions that show up most in real interviews. They're grouped by pattern, from hash tables and two pointers all the way to dynamic programming. Every video follows the same rhythm. We start with the brute force, then find the insight that makes it fast. Then we code it line by line and trace a real example step by step. By the end, you won't just memorize the answer. You'll understand why it works. Let's start with the first pattern: